Hello, hello. Hello, hello. So today we'll be continuing the hunts for the Mount Lanakila and the Dharmaka as well. The Galarian one, of course, but Dharmaka nonetheless. Yep. We'll be able to get into a decent amount of checks in today for sure, I would like to say. A very decent amount indeed. Be getting soon started then. There we go. Okay then. First encounters are the most annoying to try and catch. First we start with the most common one, wouldn't we? Here we go. Okay. Here we go. You don't want to run away, eh? Snowbird is gonna be encountered at some point today for sure. My prediction is that it's gonna be staying there for maybe the next half an hour. Maybe the next half an hour. To be honest, that's honestly the case with most of them anyways. To be tending to be encountering them quite quickly. And Lanakila has been decently fast today. Decently fast indeed. Usually it is the one that needs to be waiting. Getting an encounter in. Could you please? The running button doesn't really want to be working, eh? What's wrong with it? By running button, I mean the button that I'm pressing as an A, because thankfully in these games you can be, or in Sword and Shield you can be using something other than just an A button to be an A. I mean, you can do it in the Ultra Moon as well, but you can do it there as well, but can't be bothered with it. For whatever reason, it makes the soft resets then impossible, which I find to be very frustrating. As I said plenty of times. It's nice and helpful, but the thing is that it would need to be then in that. Which is, I guess, understandable because you're just, you know, kind of replacing the button to be an A press. Still, why? It couldn't be working. But yeah, hopefully everyone's having a good day today. I'm an okay-ish day myself, as usual. Nothing too bad going on today. That has been very interesting this morning. Has been staring out of the window. Did go and eat. And did go back to staring out of the window. There's something going on there today, I see. It was that, like there is right now still, it's still like right now there is the snowfall happening. There's snow. You know. But usually she isn't too interested in that. Maybe today is a different day. And she's more interested in that. Hello. Target decided to show up. Can we get the Mount Lanakila hunt done today? Or are we gonna be going into possibly 10k in there? You never know, you never know. Only one way to find out, and that is to be doing the encounters. Well, at least the chicks are happening indeed today decently fast. You know, there has been a decent amount of variety. It's like I have seen every single one in Mount Wanakila, even including the gender differences. That's pretty decent, that's pretty decent. But yeah, I've been playing the Black Shoe that, you know, did have the problem that it wasn't really working. But I've been playing that a little bit every day. And how slow they are, it's insane. And I know that I don't have the best of teams. But, you know, they're constantly going back to heal because at least in the Poke Center that I have access to, I can be buying revives from. So, you know, if Pokemon goes down, I kind of need to be going back there, and it is kind of annoying. And there was like the, you know, the Zurge situation thingy, and oh god, that was something else. The biggest complaint that I had, apart from like having encounters like every 2 steps, was that oh god, I couldn't be running away from things. And you know, I did have a decently fast Pokemon as well, and that's the thing, like, I was like, huh? Why can't I run away? It was very frustrating indeed. I wasn't up to too much yesterday. We did need to go to the store yesterday though, even though we did kind of plan that we wouldn't eat shoe water. You kind of have to yesterday. The only problem with that was just that, like, even though we did know that, you know, it is very cold and, you know, to be expected that it's gonna be taking a while to be getting the car cleaned. But the problem was that it was stuck a little too much. So, and since we didn't know like when exactly when we would be going to the store, we couldn't be like plugging the car in a few hours beforehand. Or hours beforehand, and then like it had to be warm by then, but we just waited for a little while. And then again, I was like trying to be, you know, getting comfy in my chair, testing things out, you know, as one does. And I have kind of learned that since I have like the tilting mechanism, I can't really lock it because it gets stuck, like to be at the lock stage. At least we know what causes it, so, you know, it's not gonna be that bad, but, you know, it is still quite unfortunate. But then I did just adjust the chair into the... I kind of did the same way that I would be like in... or I did like it when it was like locked in. You know, it's nice. It's just very unfortunate it does get like locked in there. It's like, of course, I have a little locking mechanism that is supposed to be, you know, able to lock it, but at the same time, if it's not locked, it should be, you know, not locked. It's not like this chair is anyways too old or anything like that. Very unfortunate though, very unfortunate. But yeah. I mean, it did happen already once, like, I did lock it, and then it did get, like, stuck there. To be fair, though, I don't lock the chair too often into, like, one. I usually have it unlocked. But still... I don't think it should be getting, you know, stuck to being locked. I was kind of thinking that maybe no matter what, next week I might be doing the Articuno hunt. As I said, I have a few things in mind for next week. A thing in mind for next week. We shall see if it happens or not. We shall see indeed. As I said on one day, even though if I would be doing the thing next week that I think I might be doing, I don't need to be doing too much to it. I'm probably gonna be getting some dive balls, so probably today after stream, because Xerneas, because I may or may not be doing Xerneas tomorrow. I'm not completely sure. It'll be really depending on how do I be feeling, To be really depending on that indeed. But I will say one thing that I do be finding quite interesting about certain older Pokemon games is that since I do be liking to be playing randomizers every once in a while as one does, it's very interesting that in some older games, if you encounter the legendary as a random encounter instead of like, you know, usually the static one, it's making like the usual like cutscene thing and has, you know, different music. I don't necessarily mind it, but do I think it's super necessary? Not really at the same time. I don't think it's super necessary. It is, you know what it is. And yeah, speaking of like the legendary musics, I don't necessarily mind them, but one thing that I don't like about them is that how is it that you can't really listen to them, you know, in game. As you know, sometimes you would like to be listening them in the game themselves. You know, usually it's not a possibility to be listening that music apart from the one fight. Apart from the one fight, indeed. Which is such a shame. I guess, you know, it would be nice to be listening sometimes to it more. Like, even though in some of the older games, very specific ones of course, but in some of the older games there was like the radio thing. But I will say one thing. I do be kind of finding the radio in Heart Gold and Soul Silver be quite useless. It's only few times that it's absolutely necessary to be used, and and then, you know, other than that, it's cool way to be like seeing like what's going on somewhere. Like if there is a swarm or outbreak, whatever thing it was, you can be hearing it from there. But unfortunately, I would wish it would be more useful. Only in very few specific locations can you be getting anything like, in my opinion, interesting from the radio. Which is a shame, like, it in my opinion kind of makes the item to be kind of useless. It's like one of the only things that I can remember it being used for is, you know, the Snorlax. Also, one thing I will say that hasn't ever made sense to me about the Snorlax situations is that how you like playing like kind of in my opinion sleepy music does wake it up. That I don't really understand. Maybe that's why they did get rid of it. Yeah, I don't really know. I couldn't be too hurtful to be having like just a Pokefluid or some sort of in our Gold and Soul Silver indeed. Why did it need to be the radio? And I will say that it is, in my opinion, kind of not per se hard, but very interesting to like discover that that's the way to be waking up to Snorlax. Because I don't know why, but that seems like very much of a location that probably bunch of kids get stuck in. I don't know why, but that just seems like a place that kids would be getting stuck in. It's not like it's too complicated or anything, it's just like, I don't know. This doesn't feel like it's explained enough. Oh, capture. Anyway. This is an easel that I'm probably gonna be encountering on the next one. Probably indeed. Just looking at this way. Is it two Sneasels? No. Not right now, at least. Maybe later. Oh yeah, one thing I didn't check out is the Pokédex recommended thing. I would assume that they are still there. The same for... They do be still there. So how did I not encounter that dude? It's insane. Clearly. so weird outside, I think. Sun isn't shining right now. I mean, I know the sun is about to be setting. It sets in like an hour or so. Actually, like 45 minutes. You know, it has nice yellowish tinge. Also, one thing, speaking of like sunsets, is that I've always wondered, like, you know, most of the time when, you know, it's said that sun has set or sun has, mostly the sun has set, you know, it doesn't really seem like it is actually like completely gone at that point. Of course, it is making a difference, like where you live in, stuff like that, but it'd be interesting to know like where is it like calculated on like that thing. Sometimes, you know, even though it's said that sun has set, and but you still be seeing the sun somewhat clearly. As I said, it is depending on like where you are located for sure. And you know, usually, even though it's taking the closest weather station, it still can be like decently far away. So you know, it is like somewhat inaccurate to you. It's just, you know, fair enough. I do be wondering though, where do it be measured from sometimes? Thank you. There we go. Will be better now. I will say one thing I still be finding quite interesting about this winter is that usually no matter how much or how little I am outside on winters, my nose tend to be very like runny. This year it has almost been the complete opposite. I mean, I will say that it has been happening a lot, like less and less. Like since I was a kid when it did happen a lot. But it's very interesting. I mean, I will say that much that I'm not as much outside than when I was a kid, but do be outside every once in a while. Right now, not too much because, as I said, the problem is that it's so cold that it's not recommended to be outside even. Because it's just isn't it cold, and you know it is quite dangerous weather otherwise. Yeah, usually like whenever I do be going outside and come back in, I'll be having very runny nose. I remember it honestly being quite a big problem when I was a kid, even like when I was in school. Like, of course, I can't be doing anything for it really. And my nose is just runny. Was still like quite frustrating. I'm still very glad about one thing that I'm not allergic to anything that would be very frustrating to be allergic to, you know, when certain things are blooming things, for example. I'm so glad that I am not like having any reaction to those. Considering that like quite a good amount of our family members are, especially my mom was indeed very much having reaction to pretty much anything that bloomed. That was of course outside, like inside things she was fine with, but something from the outside was quite bad sometimes even. It's always so unfortunate because like it's very rarely that like at least like where we did live in that two like different things would be blooming at the same time. It would be always like one thing blooms and then the other one blooms pretty much right after when the first one is done blooming. Which is, you know, understandable, I guess. For some reason, I'm also remembering that no matter, like, she did try every once in a while to be taking something for it, but they didn't really do anything. It was very unfortunate for her. That didn't seem like that it was even in the grass, that explanation point. I was probably just, you know, on the edge, and usually, you know, it's more in the middle, so... Well, it was weird nonetheless. Weird nonetheless, indeed. Sneasel. Can we get another Sneasel? Two Sneasels at the same time? Yo. No. Well, I guess, you know, since we did get lucky last time to be getting two of them, guess it makes sense to not be getting anything this time, like that. Do be like that indeed. I was thinking about regional variants once again, as you know, one does. As I said, cool concept. Unfortunate that it has seeming to be dying. Question mark? Maybe. But the thing is, though. Like, why couldn't they just be having more situations where, you know, there is regional variants? Like, let's say that there is that region is like regional variant for some like older Pokemon. Why can't there be more situations where the original one isn't available? Because I wouldn't mind it myself too much. Would be like finding it to be like logical even. Like, it could be, like, left to be transfer only thing, in my opinion. But then just, you know, not to be able to just get in game. I don't think it's, like, too necessary. Especially considering the fact that, you know, since Wooper was indeed having a regional variant in Paldea, and you could be getting the regular Wooper there. But there wasn't even a Pokédex entry for, you know, the regular one. So I just wonder, like, why? Why indeed? Oh, I pressed the button. There we go. I just get to see people underneath from the key. Or from the under. I did get the cable out from the underneath the keyboard, I guess. Stuck into one of those, you know, like. Not like I need a cable right now or anything, but you know, it's nice to be having it not be stuck there. Very nice indeed. Oh, got you. I'm wondering one thing. When is going to be my next marked shiny on Sword and Shield? Because in none of my files, indeed, there is the thing called a shiny charm is a thing. But I don't have the mark charm of any of my files. So, you know, marked one would be, you know, full odds, I guess. Because, you know, I just can't be bothered sometimes. I can be bothered with sometimes it's mark charm, indeed. Because I don't really care too much, and of course it's gonna be making marked shinies to be a rarer side. And I guess as well, I can be disappointed with more of the uncommon ones. You know? I guess I don't mind indeed. Cool to be seeing them indeed. Well, they do be deciding to actually be having marks. Do be. That's why I guess I don't really understand the title power as well. I mean, I don't mind that, you know, marks are a rare thing, that is not a bother to me, but at the same time, like, so many complaints about the uncommon mark. It's insane, because, like, of course, it's the, you know, the most common one. The uncommon one. And I mean, I don't find it to be too disappointing. It is a mark nonetheless. But like, still. Doobie, what did Doobie? I guess, like, using the title power, of course you're more likely to be getting uncommon ones. For one thing, like, in, like, even, like, non... or especially, like, with no shinies, I wonder how fast you would be able to get each of the marks. How fast you would be able to get each of the marks, because there's like few that are, you know, exclusives. Few that are easier to be getting than others, for sure. I'm more specifically talking about marks and, like, not the ribbons. And of course there's a difference between them. No, more of the ones that you can be getting straight away from the wild. Because if you don't use any sandwiches, I think, like, the... apart from just getting lucky to be getting every single different one, the hard ones are indeed... indeed the... Teensy Mark and the... whatever is the big mark called. I think those are one of the, like, hardest ones to be getting. Like without any boosts for them. There's like some easy ones like Kari Mark, it's very easy to be getting. I guess one of the harder ones as well would be the fishing one. It's not like it's hard to be getting, but you know, it kind of needs to be done on Sword and Shield. Kind of. It's not like fishing, it's not a thing. And one thing I will say that I'm quite interested that it has become such a big thing is the Ribbon Quest. I don't know who exactly did start it, but there's definitely been more of a thing like in the past few years. And you know, it's not too bad, it's quite cool actually. It's just one of those things that I don't think that I could be bothering with it. Like maybe some like easy ones, but then there is like, of course, depending on when you did start, it's hard to be getting, you know, certain things. Because of course, like, not everything is always returning as marks or as ribbons. Basically the same thing nowadays. It is honestly very cool in my opinion that they will be giving like the cool little like nickname thingies to the end of the Pokemon's name. It's definitely a very nice thing. And I will say that it... I don't know, has it really been missing? But, you know... It's a nice feature. Like, sure, like, is it cool to be having a Pokemon with bunch of ribbons? Yeah. But... what if it doesn't display any name and no one will be ever knowing apart from you if you don't show them that it has bunch of, like, ribbons? It's just so cool that you can be putting any kind of nickname name indeed. It's interesting because there's like, or at least there was like certain like very interesting ways to be guaranteeing your Pokemon to be having certain like marks in certain situations. And I think it had something to do with like Legends Arceus and Home. Like if you would be like having them in there in certain ways, you can be having like always be having the smallest size one. Not completely sure. It's very interesting. And there is of course the way to be getting any pretty much any Pokemon, the like the Kari mark. But it's very confusing. Very confusing indeed. But hey, do what it do be. It's an interesting thing that you can do that. There we go. Hydrated. But yep. Just thinking about something, I don't remember what it was. But yeah, I don't know if I would be doing a ribbon quest on what Pokemon I would be doing with it with them. Like the one of the top gun, like the one of the ones that I might be considering for that, of course, would be the first shiny gas that I did find. Is, you know, a possibility. Yes, I will say that I'm not gonna be wanting to be getting anything from like 3DS, or if I would be getting, I don't think I would be getting all the Switch ones because I don't know if I can be bothered with each to be switching the Pokemons from 3DS to Switch. That's why I'm thinking probably something from the Switch games. I mean, I technically could be getting from something from Pokemon Go, I guess, but don't know. I lost the table. Lost the table indeed. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't really have like too many Pokemon that I would be having like straight away that I have to be once. I mean, definitely one candidate could be like if I would be getting authentic Sinistry, since it has already a mark. That's very interesting. I'm still wondering about the Wonder trademark though from Sword and Shield, from the Scarlet and Violet. What are they gonna be doing with that? Or have they done something with that? I don't think that they have. I would like to say that I probably would have been hearing something about it. Because, you know, and like it seems like in every single Pokemon game that since there has been marks, there has been marks in those games that, you know, you couldn't be accessing at all. I don't remember what mark it was on Sword and Shield that was there, but it was never used and you could only be getting it in Scarlet and Violet. There was like one like that indeed. Maybe the Wonder Trade one or whatever my thing, the surprise trade thingy is gonna be able to be gotten for Pokemon in the next games. Maybe the next game is gonna be the game that you have to be surprise trading every single Pokemon. That would be kind of interesting. I mean, I will say that I do be finding it very interesting, the like surprise trade or wonder trade only like challenges. Of course, that is only gonna be the case when you do be actually be getting access to that. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of always wondered on us to be doing like a surprise trade challenge run. Unfortunately, there is not too many games I could be doing it in. There isn't too many indeed. There isn't too many that I could be doing it myself. I mean, overall, there isn't too many options, unfortunately, since, you know, 3DS is... Unfortunately, 3DS... you know, not doing the best anymore. Especially after a little while longer. You know, to be expected. One thing I think would be kind of cool in a Pokemon game at some point, most likely a spin-off one, is to be seeing more of the thing that your starter Pokemon is not like actual starter Pokemon. And instead being like something kind of random. I guess both XD, Gale of Darkness, and Colosseum did have like Eevee or Umbreon and Espeon. And there has been like some of the other ones, of the spin-off ones that have definitely interesting starter options. I don't know, could you really count Mystery Dungeon to this or not? But technically you're starting with a Pokemon and then you have your, like, friend. So, technically, I guess? Technically, I guess, then. Well, yeah, I don't really be expecting that in too many, like, main series games there would be, like, starters outside of, like, starter Pokemons. Like, surely there has been the occasional Eevee and Pikachu, but, you know, they have always been kind of a special things. But yeah, I think like if we would be getting like Legends game, which are most likely going to be having they're most likely gonna be having the like some other like region starters in there. It kind of reminds me of, like, I did see a post somewhere that someone was, like, thinking too hard about, like, the Indigo Disc, like, trailer, and, you know, when starters were, like, shown there. And then they were like, well, if you're gonna be having a Legends game in Unova, these are gonna be the starters. Well, I guess like in every single one of them there's like 3 shown or something like that. Which is like fair enough logic wise, but now that we have the games, it's just the areas that they are in. And there just happens to be 3 that are shown there. It doesn't have anything to do with it. It would be like, for sure, be having another Legends game, you know? And I would like to say that if we would be getting a game that it is indeed a Legends game, whatever region it's based on, I doubt that from that region there would be like a starter Pokemon from. Like the starter Pokemon as a starter Pokemon. Because in Legends Arceus, none of the Sinnoh starters was a starter option. They were available in the wild somewhere. Which makes sense. Like, you know, be having different ones there and such. Making it more interesting. But yeah, I would like to say that that's probably gonna be a thing indeed, that if we would be getting another Legends game, that, you know, the original starters for that region from the future most likely, they're gonna be available somewhere in the wild. And we'll be getting like the starters from like, in quotes, random regions. We shall see. Whenever we would be getting another Legends game, which I hope kind of that we do. I would kind of wish that they would be giving more. I don't know why, but I would kind of wish that, even though I do be trash talking sometimes about the Legends Arceus like art style and especially the lighting, I do be kind of hoping that they would be having that going on all the time. Especially if it's like kind of like not really a main series one, but still kind of is. But it's still being, you know, its own thing. I would kind of like it if it would be on the same art style. Because of course I understand that, you know, Pokemon games, they will be having like always like different art style from game to game. I would kind of wish that if we would be getting another Legends game, that the art style would be the same. Same as with the Let's Go games, if we would be getting more. But I don't know, I kind of doubt that we will be getting more Let's Go games. It just doesn't feel like a thing that they would be doing. As I said plenty of times, it is like it was made to be a way for like Pokemon Go players to be getting into like main series games. Was like that was the idea behind it. Oh. Hmm. And I don't know why, but sometimes, as I said, even though I do be understanding that Pokemon games have always like different styles between the games, but sometimes I would be wishing like the same style will be going on for more than one game. Or two games technically. You know. Basically just for one. Yeah, it would be quite cool in my opinion. Having something like that to be a thing. There we go. Yeah, what if we would be getting a Unova game to be having Legends? Like Legends based on Unova? Because it is indeed a possibility. It is technically even a possibility that we'll be getting like Legends games and like the like remakes for like generations that are gonna be getting remakes from. I kind of would like the idea, but at the same time not really. Because I don't think it fits every region, because not every region has like something interesting from the past. And that's just the truth, not every region has like something interesting from the past. Or if it does, it might not be going well into a Pokemon game. Like, I don't think that there is too much information about Kanto's past, for example. Then again, it was the first game in the series, so can't be expecting too much at the end of the day. But yeah. Like, I think one of the only things that we do be knowing about, like, Kanto's past is that there was a war. At this, like, as I said, I don't think that it would be going too well into a Pokemon game. And then again, I might be missing out on something. And there's like some that do be having quite interesting past. Or could be having like interesting past, and it's like... It's like Jodo. We kind of did get it already for Hoenn. It's a more futuristic one for sure, but we did still kind of get it though. There's Unova. Again, I don't really know too much about Alola. Would there be anything interesting? I think Galar has something, and I don't know about Paldea. It's an interesting situation because, of course, one game is from like the future, and one like is from the past. Cat is having troubles because her bed is on the wash. She hasn't been on that for a few days, so on the wash today. And now she's very angry. But yeah. I don't know, yeah, about Paldea. Would there be a Legends game? Because I'm assuming that most of the Legends games would be from the past. And you know, it will be making sense. Yeah. I don't know. But yeah, it could be interesting. Could be interesting indeed. If you would be having one from Unova, who would I think to be the starters? They're like the actual starters that you pick from. Unova Legends game. I think at least one of the stars would be having a fairy typing, because I think that that could be fitting. Because of the fact that, you know, there was the original dragon situation is probably gonna be in the Unova one. And everyone is always complaining that Meganiums should be a fairy type, so maybe Chikorita could be an option. Because they're most likely gonna be having regional final evolutions anyways. Like they did have in Legends Arceus. Maybe Meganium would be one that, you know, could be the fairy one. Oh, thank you for the follow. Who else? It is definitely not the situation that I would be like in Chikorita to be somewhat useful in as a starter in the game. Couldn't be that, because I do be liking Chikorita. It's just so unfortunate that so bad. It's not like it's its fault still, because it's just the thing that they didn't want to be repeating the gyms. Just, you know, fair enough. Even though I still don't understand why they did have a two dragon specialists in Johto games, but anyways. Hello? Are you gonna be jumping to the table? I kinda hope not, because there's not too much room to you today. I don't know why, but I'm kind of feeling Fennekin could be like a cool one there. It could also be like no fairy one there. Fennekin could be the fire starter then, I guess. For water starter, I'm not too sure, honestly. Who could we be having there? I was kind of thinking maybe Sobble. Maybe Sobble could be working. I was kind of also thinking Quaxley as well. It is hard to know though, because it really depends on if of course it happens, and like what are the like whole in quotes new region be looking like. As I said, I think there should be a fairy type starter there for sure. Maybe that could be huge. Because I doubt that they are gonna be doing Cyndaquil and Rowlet again because they already did get one. And of course Oshawott is not even an option because it's indeed already a Unova starter. Honestly, I wouldn't be minding if Coco would be getting one as well, you know. But then again, I don't know. It's like some starters, they have like more of a design when they are like the final evolution than others, for sure. And they are sometimes quite different from in as they issue starters in the final forms from the original ones. Maybe those could be, I don't know. As I said, I do be liking the idea that Chikorita should be definitely in one of the Legends games. We will be able to be getting more. Should be a starter because it should be getting a cool evolution. It should be getting a cool evolution indeed. I'm not saying that Meganium is in the cool evolution, but you know, having another typing wouldn't be too hurting now, would it? And I'm kind of thinking that it's quite likely that, I don't know, it would be kind of cool even if the Unova starters aren't like, you know, in a Unova Legends game, they wouldn't be options as the starters. I would kind of like if they would be giving them like whatever, like some sort of a new design in those games, just to like think that you know, they look like this in the past, kind of a thing, and then they have, you know, evolved into what they are nowadays. Because I kind of like the idea that they would be having like double typing, dual typing in the past, and then for whatever reason it wasn't too necessary to be having them, or they would be switching them to another one instead. Like, imagine if we would be getting a Emboar that would be very chill. Whip Psychic type instead. Same thing is, even though we have already a Darmanichan or Darmaka regional variant, I kind of would be hoping that maybe we could be having, like, in the past it was like Zen all the time and only Raging some of the time thing, like it would be reversed. I think that would be kind of cool. And then, like, over time, it did change. But I will still say that one thing that I would be also kind of be hoping from a Pokemon game at some point is to see, like, a Pokemon to be completely changing, not with just, like, evolution. But, like, evolution, like, it does evolve thing, but, like, because it did evolve to be something like this instead. Because of X story thing happened, you know. I know that that's most likely gonna be like a nice little cool video someday, maybe, kind of a thing, but it'd be cool to see. It's definitely not because I'm thinking of the Zoro and Zoroark one. That couldn't be that. Never. Like, to see that in the game, even if it would be for just a cutscene thing, it would be cool. Like, to see it in the game. Like, maybe they just... Like, when you first see, like, few of them, but you couldn't be capturing them, they would be, like, different typings. And then something happens in the story, and they, like, gain another typing. I think that could be quite cool. Well, then again, I do always be loving to see in games, like in the game itself, when things like actually change. Like a next thing did like to get destroyed in the story, and then it's like remains to be like ruined for the rest of the game. Or maybe the situation could be that it's gonna be like starting to be getting rebuilt. But then again, then I would wish that it would be getting rebuilt someday. But yeah, you'll be loving those little things in games. And I would kind of wish that Pokemon games would be doing it more often than not. Like, surely they do be destroying like certain places through like in the story. But then it's kind of it afterwards, you know? Sometimes it's more a little related to the lore than others. Like whatever happened to the one place in Kalos it is relevant to the story, but was it really a necessary kind of situation? Unlike the situation in Galar, in my opinion, that, you know, since the dude did destroy the very beautiful painting thingamathing, and they'd actually reveal like more things from the past, it like lore-wise makes more sense. I mean, it was then again like a main focus of the game anyways, that you would need to be knowing the backstory for the region, because, you know, things did happen again kind of situation. Did it show up like almost exactly 200 encounters ago last, I think? It's 2% by the way. The Stone Churner. I don't really know what could be like the kind of place that we would be like seeing getting destroyed in the Unova like Legends games or Legends game. I think it could be more likely that there is like something being like built, and then like through that you progress in the story, maybe it's like completely built. Maybe it could still be like you can be accessing the location, but you could be like seeing the building process. Even though it would be quite fast in some situations, but it still would be kind of cool. Because it's just so interesting that so many things in Pokemon games, when they get destroyed, they are staying destroyed forever. I kind of understand like the Temple of Sinnoh situation, or whatever magnetic thing is called. I kind of understand that's gonna be like staying destroyed, because maybe you're too scared to be going back there and stuff. Like it's just unfortunate sometimes. I know that it happens sometimes in real life as well, but I think more often than not, like if something like does get destroyed, something new is getting built from like to replace it. I know that there is like few places in here that have been getting like destroyed, but they haven't like been built again. But I think the most like the reasoning behind that is that it's kind of nowadays in the middle of nowhere. So like there is no reason to be doing that. Or it's like one of those things that just kind of is there. Like kind of nobody owns them situation. Because for example, like there was like and I don't remember like how long ago it was, but it was quite some time ago, but still pretty like recently year-wise. And there was in the middle of the summer the a daycare did like burn down, and they have already rebuilt something. It did like take like a year or so to be like started building something there, but it's already something replacing it, which is good because it is quite a area where a lot of families should be living nearby, so it would be quite a far away to be putting your kids somewhere else. It would be. Because I'm kind of thinking that it would be kind of cool to be seeing Dragon Spire Tower to be building, like if we'll be getting a Legends game out of Unova. Like that is a building that I think could be built. Considering that, you know, the big thing is, you know, dragons in the Unova's past. But yeah, you never know, you never know. Maybe one day we'll be getting on our Legends game. I will say one thing is gonna be quite interesting to see, like few years go by, like even more. How many dudes are we gonna be getting to be new for like Legends Arceus and Scarlet and Violet? Because as I said before, like Sword and Shield still are big getting new players. So like it will be very interesting to know that it would be very interesting to know that when that would be a thing, you know, or what would be the thing then. Like how many years after the game there's still gonna be new ones. Because in my opinion, on the Switch it's more likely gonna be more apparent than on like 3DS era it was. Like people are starting new games like after a long amount of time. Because Switch is still a very successful console. And you know, since it is more of a nowadays thing, it was on 3DS already, but it's even more of a thing nowadays that you don't need the cartridge anymore. You don't need it anymore, so you know, more likely that more people can like easily join in after the years, especially if the Switch is still the main console. Unfortunately, it's not gonna be forever. It's not gonna be forever, indeed. So unless the Switch has been a thing for quite some time already, so it's interesting. But that I kind of do be appreciating about though on Nintendo is that we are not getting like new things like every few years. Because it's just like, it's kind of unnecessary, in my opinion, to be getting a new console every few years. I mean, do I understand the reasoning behind it? Yeah, but I still do be thinking that it's not too necessary. Because it just makes like the older consoles to be like not really a thing anymore, of course. And then there is the thing of like, if you want to be playing the older games, it's harder to be playing on them on the older console because it's harder to be getting your hold of the older console. Which is always a shame. I like that more are doing the thing that they are like kind of bringing like the old games back. like to the new consoles as well, because like it just makes sense in my mind at least. So you know, if you like a game on a console, you don't have to like be buying a new one and keep the old one. You can be playing it on the newer one. It's unfortunately not with everything, but you know, with some things it is a thing. It's nice. I like it. I do be very glad that it has been like understood that people like it. Because there's always gonna be, it's always going to be the ones that would be liking to be playing the older games, but might not be having the consoles to do them on. But yeah, I do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting. Hopefully you'll be able to find whatever you're looking for indeed. Hopefully indeed. Nothing then. Did get a notification, but it was nothing important. I wonder who is it that is noticing me. Here sometimes. Because the bonus now is close by, it can be, you know, facing this way. It can of course be one like Sneasel over there. I don't know. Who could it be? The reason why I'm thinking that it's most likely going to be the above no snow, even though it hasn't like previously been noticing me too much, is because It's usually the closer I go to the other edge, like the little corner there, that on the other side there is the thingamathing. That's my very good reasoning. It could be just like I'd be getting lucky and then like always like a Sneasel somewhere else is looking in this direction then. Which, you know, isn't impossible. Do I be questioning a little bit how do they see me? Yeah. I mean, at least on like where the sign is. On there, at least over there, there is the thing that you could be saying that they can at least see you because you're like about in the same like level with them. And you know, a bonus snow is like kind of big. So, you know, at least it could be able to see you indeed. And then again, it's a silly game doing silly things. Silly Pokemon's trying to do their best, even though they are unable to do certain things. Stretching time. Food. Oh, there's always one thing that it's again one of those things that I do and I do not understand. And it is that you need to be bringing a school lunch. And you know, that things. Because we have a school lunch, you know, be a free thing in here for quite a good amount of time when you're studying. Of course, depending on the place, but if you're in a public one, it's, you know, free. So I guess I'm just, you know, kind of used to it. Just, you know, fair enough. So that's why, like, I sometimes do be finding it weird to be, like, watching, like, someone to be eating something like Lunchables or, like, something along those lines that is, you know, meant to be a lunch for school. Do they seem interesting? Yeah. But at the same time, like, I know that kids have, like, small stomach, of course, because, you know, a lot smaller than an adult is, but it is still kind of weird, like, how small of a stomach it is. Like, how did we get by with so little? And, like, considering the fact that, like, you know, when we are kids, we're growing still. So, you know, in my, like, logical side of thinking, it says that you should be wanting to eat more when you're a kid, because you're growing. Another thing that I don't really get as well about the lunches that you would be bringing to school as well is that I guess I'm so used to like lunch always being like a some sort of like a hodge thing. And the way that I have usually seen like the lunch that you bring from home is usually cold. It's not like, at least in here, like if you're in a workplace, there usually is like a microwave or something else that you could be warming your food in. I don't think that it's too much of a case in schools, at least not in here. So, you know, I guess I'm just so used to it being, you know, something along those lines. But yeah, one thing that I also never really got in our like our school lunches that, you know, it was provided by the school to us is that I didn't ever get the reasoning why everyone was so obsessed with the like dessert options. Because for me, they were like nothing too out of the ordinary. I didn't care too much about them. The dessert options, indeed. Like, sure, they were cool, but like most of the time they were the same thing. And, you know, of course, since everyone did go to eat at different times, because most of the time there wasn't enough room in the cafeteria for like more than a few hundred. It really depended on the school, though. There was like maybe a few hundred, like at max. Sports. Usually the food was, or the eating lunch thing is divided in 3 different sections. Or 2, depending on how big it was. But yeah, it was always the thing, like if you were on the last one, the last like we getting the food the last, there was almost never any dessert options, because like of course it was like 1 per person, but you know, not everyone follows that. And sometimes, you know, there is a miscalculation as well. But most of the time it was like people just were taking too much. I remember every single time that we did have the like meatballs, it was always the issue that it was like 4, I think it was usually the case that you could be taking, or something like that. So, you know, there will be enough for a rest. Well, I did count way too many times that people had like 10. I mean, I will say that they are relatively small, but then again, what do you be expecting from like school lunch? You know, it would be filling enough if you be taking the correct amount. Also, oh god, the food, like, plate template thing was so interesting. I will say one thing that I did find frustrating at school lunch, it was that in most places that I was in, you would be only getting one plate. Depending on what the dessert was, it would be mixed up with the, you know, the warm food. Sometimes it was like, if it was like the thing that you should be only getting like set amount, you would be getting like a different bowl for it that would be like pre-portioned for you. And by the way, those were the only few days that there actually was enough dessert for everyone, because like they were watched very carefully. Because of course they don't have, you know, time to be checking things out. Which is a shame, but fair enough. Didn't have enough people to be making sure that people didn't take too much. And I mean, in some places it was the case that there was only... like, there wasn't like a room to walk between like two of them, like if you would be like trying to fill them up. Usually, like in some places it was on like... there's a section that you could be getting your food in. And, you know, it wouldn't be double-sided. Like in that you could be walking in between them. It would be double-sided that, yeah, you could be getting food from either side, but you'll be getting the, like, from the same one. So unfortunately, there was usually not even room to be having due to be watching that does everyone get the correct amount. It was like always the case, like, of course they like expecting, you know, people to be being like nice and not taking too much things, but you know, it was almost never a case that everyone did that. Most of dudes did, but then there was the dudes that did get absolutely ridiculous amount and did throw like half of them to trash. They usually got yelled though. But yeah. It's like they are expecting you to be like that, like you're gonna be getting the correct amount and whatnot. But yeah. If you were always on the last ones to be getting food, you would be sometimes lucky to be getting anything. Because sometimes, like, when I was in the last, like, ones to be getting food, there was, like, one or two of them were already closed because, you know, there just wasn't enough food, even though there were supposed to be. And the thing is as well, because I think that they thought that, you know, since some students didn't get anything to eat, that they would be complaining to the ones that did, like, eat them. Like, they did everything, but how would we as students know who did go to lunch when and who did, like, take too much? It was interestingly almost never brought up. And if you would be saying something to like a teacher or something, they would be like that, like, that is unfortunate, but we can't do anything for each. Complain to you like other like students. Like, what can we do though? Nothing really. Because like it was very unfortunate because like of course I understand the school has only a certain amount of food. It's not gonna be having any extra. Like once the things are gone, the things are gone. But unfortunately not everyone understands that. And then there was always like usually it was like whenever there was a soup day. And like surely people did eat things, but it was the one time that was the like the most empty. Which is, you know, I understand that, and I don't mind that there was soup days per se. I will say one thing though, that I would wish that more on the soup days there would have been like better bread to be like filling you more, because unfortunately some soups they didn't really feel too much. And so I would have been liking to be getting like a more fulfilling bread instead, like to go with it. But yeah, usually on some of the soup days was the thing that they like, even after like the dudes that did get food. It was sometimes that the second ones was they were struggling already with the surge, because everyone was like filling themselves with those because they didn't want to eat the soup. I wonder how things have changed though. I have heard that they are trying to like include like more like weekly, like everyone needs to be having a vegetarian one every week. Which is, you know, fair enough. Unfortunately, there was like one almost a vegetarian option or vegan option that we did have, but it was the day that like almost no one did go to eat because everyone hated it. It was just bad tasting. It was just basically just bunch of different vegetables and cheese like mixed together into like a fine pasting as a soup day. No one liked it. And the thing is as well that at least most of the schools that I did went to, especially from grade 1 to grade 9, they didn't have like any like place that you could be buying like bread or anything inside the school, because you were supposed to be eating in the school because, you know, it's free. But yeah. So, you know, if you would be going to eat, you will be like hungry the rest of the day if you didn't bring anything else yourself. Because of course you weren't allowed to be leaving the school area. Or if you did, you would be getting trouble for it. I don't think that anyone did it from grades 1 to 6 ever. Or maybe like accidentally, like something did like get thrown away and then they did get like it back, so like they weren't intentionally trying to do it. And sometimes I will say that the borders were very strange. Especially because they did change like once or twice when I was in the same school. It was more thanks to that it did get like to be renovated, so that's the main reasoning. But yeah. Then I remember, like, I don't remember which year it was, but like one year there was like I don't remember, was it the fall or was it the I think it was springtime. And there was like somewhere in the school area there was a place that there were I don't know what they are called in English, but they're basically like wasps that are like living underground. They were having a nest there and it was like bordered off. It was honestly bordered off for more than it like needed to be bordered off. Like more time than it needed to be, because it was resolved like in few days, but still like for weeks there was the border, I guess, to be like sure. Because of course it's like very important to be taken care of, because you know it can get quite hurt. Yeah, it probably was indeed springtime, because I remember that the teachers were saying that don't go there because they're very territorial. Because they are new there, and why would they be going there on the fall? Or was it even the case that like it did like start in the like almost the start of the like summer break, and then it was still there like after the summer break? I don't remember. It was very interesting though. There's like few things that I honestly personally don't get about the way that we do like certain things in like in certain schools is that in high school, like I don't remember which year it is, but like in some year, like you're in there, you'll be going in a truck and throwing candy. And I remembered how big of a deal it was when it was cancelled for a few years. Well, yeah, like, thinking back, like, why was it a thing? Everyone was always, like, excited when their, like, older siblings were there. Like, I didn't ever really get it. Like, I get it for, like, there was, like, some areas that did only, like, throw the candy, like, that was, like, around, like, some schools. Which is, you know, understandable, because then the kids are gonna be picking them up. But in some places they did, like, throw it on the streets. And that I don't understand. Because, like, why? And I will say one thing, like, again, like, looking back at the things. I think the teachers did allow us to be a little too close to the trunks. Like, a little too close. But yeah, I understand the idea behind it, but at the same time, like, why actually? Is that a thing? To be going ahead and throwing candy. And it needs to be like the kinds that are wrapped, because, you know, it can be done in the times that there is still snow on the ground. And also, you know, is it too hygienic to be not being wrapped? It was very strange things. I don't know how are they a thing still. I think they are. It's just why? Strange things. Strange things indeed. Like, of course, I don't know too much about them anymore myself because I don't go to school and they are usually like reserved for only school things. Like, usually they go only around like schools to be doing that. At least, like, where I'm from. Specifically, but it doesn't make it any less strange though. It really doesn't. Let's run, please. Thank you. I'll be very surprised if my triggers are gonna be starting to go away today. As they shouldn't be. They really shouldn't be, because they were indeed in charge for like at least a day. So one would be assuming that they would be able to last. Yes, of course. The question is though, can I hit today the odds for Darumakam? Is that a possibility? I mean, it is definitely a possibility, but can I do it? It's another question. It's another question indeed. But you know, this morning when I was giving Cat the food, as one does, and you know I did finally put them into the dishwasher, the bleach and the other plates that were used. So she would be able to be having her usual one to be cleaned. I was like thinking that what I'll be doing this time, since she kind of knows what sound does the blade make. I was just tapping the bleach, see if she would be interested in that. She was. Because like it is not the only one that makes that kind of sound, but the other plates that do be sounding like the one that is like her main one. And she also knows that she's gonna be getting something good out of each. So she's usually very happy to be hearing that sound that the blade does make. Which I think she wasn't too sure at first that she would be getting something. Because usually the way that I'll be getting her to me, if she is in like somewhere nearby, is just to be making noise with her like food package. It's usually the way. She knows what that means very well. It means food. It means food indeed. Anyways. Funny Pokemons. Oh yeah, one thing that I'm glad but also sad about that isn't in Pokemon games anymore is like roaming Pokemons. I don't think it should be necessarily for like legendary specifically. But I kind of do be missing those. Like how cool it would be that, someone's Pokemon has gone missing and you would need to be finding it. I mean, like, technically wouldn't be making too much sense, but does it really matter? Because I think that could be quite cool. Or like there's another like special thing about it, like maybe it's having like something special for the region, and that's the reason why someone would be wanting it. I mean, I will say one thing that I don't miss about roaming or legendaries is though the fact that are very hard to be getting into the place if you really want them to be in the place. And also like shiny hunting them is usually very annoying. Because most of the time you would need to be watching the cutscene that, it goes somewhere. But yeah. Nothing too big, but it's just like a little unfortunate that you would need to be waiting that cutscene. And indeed, it really depends on the game, because sometimes the cutscene is way worse than in other games. Because in some games it's quite short, and in some games like ridiculously long, and then you would need to be going into a completely different place. As I said, a cool feature, but no. Thankfully, they did fix the big problem with some roamers quite quickly. Like, you know, if they would be doing certain things, they would be never be able to be found thing. But then again, what do you expect from the first few generations? But I'm very glad that they did fix it though, because imagine trying to do them, like if they would be a thing nowadays. I think the kind of the closest one is the Galarian birds. I think they're the closest one. But I wouldn't specifically call them roamers, for the reason being that they have very set path. Yeah, very much of a set path indeed. And it's kind of cool that you can, you know, follow them bouts as well in Sword and Shield. I will still say that my least favorite of them to be capturing is in these Zapdos, because the other two are quite easy. It's not like Zapdos is super duper hard, but it is, in my opinion, the most annoying one. Then probably Articuno and Moltres is the easiest. Because for Moltres you can just be like standing by, as one does. For Articuno, like trying to encounter it is not the worst thing ever, but of course it do be making the fake versions of it, so that can be tricky sometimes to be encountering the real one. But like tracking it down is not too bad. It's pretty set path indeed. And then in this Zapdos, one of the most annoying of the three. Because it's not too hard if you know what to do, but at the same time I never did do it in the easy way. First time I didn't know about it, and the second time I was just, you know, I'll be doing the same way that I did it already. But yeah, doopy what it do be. I don't know, I kind of would be hoping that they would be bringing like things like that every once in a while. And you know, you would be needing to it would be needing to do something like that. Like the legendaries would be like, in quotes, harder to be encountering specifically. It's like I don't mind that what they did in Scarlet and Violet, that they are always in specific spots. I'm a little disappointed that they're only in Paldea. Like, why couldn't like some of them be in Kitakami? I understand that like none of them would be in the terrarium. That is like, I understand they're in the terrarium. That is like completely understandable. But like, why could I think some of them be in Kitakami? Very interesting indeed. Oh, hello. Been deciding to show up decently lately. I see how it is. Oh. Why? You know what would be absolutely lovely? If Darmani-chan or Darumaka would be in Scarlet and Violet. And when you are in in your Darumaka, it works with both, but I think it works even better with the Galarian one. But you could be like running around like a ball. Because I think it could be like quite easy for the Darumaka to be like the snowball, like almost perfect snowball. So you know, why not? Why not indeed? Oh, Darumaka. Never have I ever used you in any of my teams. But I kind of hope that I would have been using you. It's not like... Is it available in too many games? Let's check. Is the app working way or is it still down? The app is working, yo. I don't need to be going into a website. Well, let's check out is Darumaka in too many games, like available in the wild again. I'm always be referring to that. I don't really remember seeing it in too many games, or remember like anyone be talking about them in too many games. Which is a shame because it's a cool Pokemon. It has definitely grown to me over the years. Definitely has. It's available, of course, on, you know, black and white, and black and white shoe. It's available through trade in X and Y, and breeding in Darmani-chan. On Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, so 10, like, I would like to say they're not available because you need to be breeding the thing. In Generation 7, nowhere. Like, available in the wild. It's can trade, I guess. Even though this says Pokemon Bank for whatever reason. And then it is indeed available in this game. And it's not obtainable since Sword and Shield. It hasn't been in too many games. Oh, come on. Yeah. There hasn't been too many, like, chances for me to be using it, but yeah, I'd absolutely love to be using it one day. Maybe someday when I do be playing black and white shoe, black shoe and white shoe. If I don't have a team failed. At least if I don't use it like all the time, I will at least would like to be giving it a try, you know. But yeah, I will say though, speaking of like older Pokemon games, I have always been the type of person that I have almost never used TMs in games where TMs can break. Because I don't want to break them, because what if I want to use it one day thing? Or something else. Because what if there is a better use? If there is a better use indeed. I don't want to use them. There's very few occasions that I have been using TMs for sure, but most of the time I prefer not to. Most of the time I prefer not to be using them. Which is a shame because there's a lot of like cool things that you can be getting from TMs that I probably will be missing out on, but I don't want to use them. It's definitely one of the things that it do be very much of a shame to be going back to older games, and I do indeed be afraid of using them. It's the few times that I have used them, and it's usually the ones that I can repurchase. And of course, like, if I can get easily more of them, I don't mind using them, like in Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet. Even though they are TRs in this game, but... Anyways. I will say one thing. I would prefer them not to be, like, breakable. That is my personal preference, that they are not breakable. But if they need to be breakable, either make them that we can make them like in Scarlet and Violet, or make them like to be purchasable over and over again. Either one is fine with me. I just don't want it to be like actually one-time use only. Because I want to use them maybe someday. Probably not, but I want to be having the option. I'll be stretching. Hunting is going quite well, thanks for asking. How's your hunting going if you're doing any hunting? Okay. Are you filling up home with shiny decks or just a regular decks? Nice. Well, good luck with that then. How far you are from completing the decks then? Yeah, Legends Arceus is indeed a game that usually people are completing living dexing or shiny living decks. It is honestly all the Switch games that have overworld shinies that people are doing it the most, which is understandable. Are you planning on doing like the shiny living dex per each game, or are you doing like overall a shiny living dex? Yeah, that's understandable. I just know that some people do like live index per game, or shiny live index per game, as much as they can do, of course, because some Pokemon are unobtainable. Yeah, I do be getting that. I'm gonna be most likely be hunting Ghastly in every game because it was my first ever shiny. People do be doing like generational quests to be getting the same shiny in each generation. Yeah. You know, of course, like some people want to be hunting the same shiny more than once. Because sometimes, like, when people do be hunting the same shiny more than once, it's because it's like a special way to be getting each. Special way to be getting each, which is understandable. Because some people are interested in hunting in the Lake of Rage a shiny Gyarados, even though there is a guaranteed one there. Because it's just cool to be getting it from the wild instead of the like guaranteed one. From the Paldea decks or the home decks. There isn't too many that are added, thankfully, in the DLCs. Well, technically, the DLC ones, they are technically not from they are different decks. Girakami and Blueberry Academy decks, they are different. The Paldea one is on its own as well. But some are a lot easier to be found in the DLC though. Some are a lot easier indeed. And if you have the DLCs and you want to be completing the Pokédex, you can be skipping on quite a good amount of the annoying evolutions. Which is very nice. And I also do be loving that the fully evolved Pokemon are in the wild. Oh, it's so lovely. But yeah, apparently there's a weird like smear gold glitch in the not teal mask, indigo disc. I find it very odd. I mean, it's most likely gonna be patched soon anyways, but it's very weird. It is more for me always. I've been in, or almost always, when it comes to games, I'm more interested in like the glitches. I don't ever really want to be doing them. There is only like few that I remember doing myself ever in games. It's just, most of the time it's just interesting to be seeing how they are. How they are in the games, more than anything. Because I think like one of the few times that I've been using glitches or a glitch in a game is when it was possible in Minecraft to be putting yourself in a barrel and using that to be seeing through things. And you know, it was just like useful because then you could be just lighting up things nearby. It's not like I would be using it for anything else. That you have, or in general. Sure, you can tell me. I know it's a big number. Yeah. It's a very decent amount of Pokemon indeed. Yeah. That is usually how you can see Pokemon in the Pokédex before you capture them. Or have them registered there. In Scarlet and Violet it was like done like, in my opinion, a little weirdly, but I do be kind of understanding that it only shows like the Pokemons that are either side of the Pokemon, like either the evolved one or like one before each. Yeah. Melton... Melton it isn't too bad to get, but Melmetal is kind of pain. But then again, it's not too bad in my opinion to be going for a Melmetal, because like surely it's gonna be taking some time, but you get a decent amount in like an hour or whatever it is the time. And of course, if you want to shiny hunt it, it's more unfortunate. I did attend myself the latest one that it was available shiny. Only got one, but I mean, don't really care. Nice. I do be hoping that they would be sometime bringing back like all the mythicals, because they are so easy to be missing out on. I'll be hoping. Yeah. If you know that a Pokemon haven't ever been available as a shiny, it's better to indeed be saying no. Unfortunately, if you will be doing surprise trading, you can't really be doing that, but isn't like most like mythicals at least to be like they can be surprise traded, wonder traded, whatever thing. They have like some sort of flag that says that nope. And I will say that, I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of Hoopa anyways, but I don't know. Shiny Hoopa for me, it's a little too over the top. I don't know, I just don't find it to be a nice shiny. Yeah. Oh, you got it in Homo, that's unfortunate. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't like shiny Hoopa. As I said, I don't like Hoopa as a Pokemon though. And the shinies is like uh But shiny McTeeny would be very nice if it would be available. Nice. It's sometimes so interesting how some people are willing to trade away rare Pokemons. It's very interesting. I mean, I know that, you know, they are almost, they can sometimes be not the rarest things ever, because you know, you can be getting multiple of them if you really want to. But yeah, if you don't do that, then yeah, it's interesting that some people are willing to be like throwing them away. You want all the different forms, eh? Yeah. Genesect is indeed a very interesting Pokemon. It's a very interesting Pokemon indeed. No, I haven't gotten. I rarely do be getting the special Pokemons. I don't care too much about them personally, but they're cool. No worries. Is that mystery gift code even available anymore? Because it's quite a while ago. Usually mystery gift codes, they are not gonna be lasting for too long. Yeah, I thought so. Especially thinking that the Sword and Shield aren't even updated anymore. It's only Scarlet and Violet things. Yeah. There's only ever been like few event things that I have been interested myself. Like since like ones that I have been able to do myself, because sometimes I'm too late to the party, you know. And those were the Paradox legendaries. Were the only ones that I was ever interested in. There's only few that I'm interested at all. I kind of hope that they would be bringing back the shiny gimme gold thing again, though. It would be very nice. Even though unfortunately both Gimme Gold and Golden Gold, they have absolutely ugly shinies, but it would be still nice. You never know, maybe they will. I kind of doubt it though, but maybe they will. But it is interesting, like, how popular the home trading has been lately. Like, I'm, like, almost never I'm hearing about it, and now, like, all of a sudden, like, hearing a lot about it. It's usually, like, in games, instead of in home, the trading happening. Oh, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I have a Nintendo Online. I don't want to be set up in the internet right now. Yeah, no worries. I usually don't set up the internet in the middle of the stream if it's not like super duper necessary. Sometimes the thing doesn't want to be connecting to the internet. I usually set up it beforehand if I need it for anything. And also I haven't been updating my card since forever. I almost never do be updating it, because I can be bothered with it. It doesn't really do, unfortunately, anything. Like, sure, like, do some numbers change there? Yeah, but can't really be bothered with it sometimes. As you need to be going somewhere to actually update it. Also, I will one thing that I do be absolutely always be hating on a Sword and Shield and being connected to the online is that I absolutely hate the thing that there's gonna be so many messages. There's so many messages, it's insane. I think after I hit the next 100 I probably will be getting yet again snack bar. I won't be eating it straight away once again, but I'll be getting it anyways. So you know when I want to eat, I can. Be quite funny to be getting a snowman here to shine first. I wouldn't be minding it because Snom is very nice. Very nice indeed. But then again, as I said plenty of times before, it is very easy to be finding. Very easy indeed. if I remember correctly, Snom is at 10%. I'm gonna double check on it. Not that area, but this area. Let's see. Was I how correct about it? I was not 25, Darumaka is a 5. Vanillish is 30. Vertic is 25, yeah, Snom is 10, and Stone Journal is 2. 2% indeed. Hmm. 4 hours once again is soon. It's so strange indeed. And I will say that I was when I did hit the 400 income, so I was like, oh god, already 3 hours. I mean, I don't mind it, of course, but oh god. It was almost like... I mean, it was technically 2 hours and 55 minutes or something along those lines, because of things, but still interesting. Pretty interesting indeed. Gupchu, Gupchu, Gupchu. What are you doing? In quotes, soon, like in 100 encounters or so, we'll be hitting bunch of 8s. Let's go! Be hitting bunch of 8s. Exactly my thoughts. Little Capchu. Exactly my thoughts indeed. Sweden. Indeed, soon. Even though it's sort of be saying even though, indeed, like not too long time ago I did say that the 400 encounters have been already done, but at the same time can't be believing that it is. I don't know why, but for me like 500 seems like so big of a number compared to 400. I don't know what it is. It just seems like it's such a big number compared to it's only like 100 more. 500 just seems like a big number. 400 is like, that's a little number. 500, oh god. But yeah. I'll be back in like few minutes. I'll be getting a snack bar. Stretching as well, my legs. Yeah, I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. The snack bar ready to be eating. I did get a good chance of stretching the legs as well. By walking a little bit, you know. Even though... oh. Even though I tend to be stretching them quite a good amount. Anyways. You know, sometimes it's nice to be going actually for a little bit of a walk. It is indeed. One thing seems to be sadly apparent, and it's that so far there still has been only one day and I have been getting like a good amount of stone churners. Only one. I mean, have I been doing this too much? Not really, but still. It's a little sad to be loving the stone churner. Be loving to be seeing it more often. I wouldn't be loving the goofy little fella. Yeah, it's a goofy little fella. I mean, everything is a goofy little fella, though. Why? I think I have mentioned it before, if not then I've been talking about like a similar thing. Is that I would absolutely love if we would be able to play more games in different versions. Like, surely I understand the idea that playing the newest version of the game. But I would very much wish if we would be able to play more games in, like, previous versions. And it's mostly for those games that, like, change very drastically. So, you know, maybe you did prefer, like, the older version because the newer version is, like, completely different. I think Hello Neighbor was one of those games. And it, like, did, like, drastically change. I mean, as I said, I don't really mind it, but I would be wishing it would be a little bit different, you know? Yeah. I don't know, there's like few games sometimes that, you know, I haven't really played them myself, but you know, I did watch someone to be playing them. But then, like, there was a very big indie difference between a version and a previous version and the current version. And then I'm like, I'm not interested in the game anymore. It's a shame. Like, I do be understanding that, you know, testing new things is important, but sometimes, like, I don't know, the game just can feel like a different game. Also, some things that I do be finding sometimes to be very unfortunate is when there is like mods to games, and like the ones that, you know, that are completely fine otherwise. You know, the game maker is fine with mods and stuff. I would be wishing that some of them would be more up to date, you know? Because, like, sometimes you need to be either playing a later or earlier version of the game in order to be able to play, like, certain mods, you know, because they are not being updated to the current version. But then, like, sometimes, you know, it's not a possibility. Because some games, they don't allow, like, you be going back to back versions, or if you can, you can be, like, selecting a specific version. Because usually if you update a game, it's gonna be updating the newest ones. Which is a shame. Very much of a shame indeed. I would absolutely be loving it indeed if that wouldn't be the case, you know. But yeah, it is indeed the case. It's like, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I would be wishing it would be the case indeed. Because like, of course, like there's like some like, you know, very old games that like never ever gets updates. Which is, you know, that's how old games were. So if there, for whatever reason, were mods for the game, they will most likely be working. It is so unfortunate for like the games that you know to be getting like a major update every like seems like every like other week sometimes. And if they have mods, it's almost impossible to be keeping the mods up to date. It's almost impossible, which is a shame. It's very much of a shame indeed that some older things do be like that, but then again, it do be expected if you ask me. But still, you know, maybe there was one thing that I would like to replay nowadays, but I can't really because, you know, it's not a thing anymore or updates. But yeah, do be what it do be. It is indeed. There's some like, I will say that there is some like Minecraft maps that I would like to be getting back to. There is one or two, one of the other two options are a thing that why that might not be working. One is that it's nowhere to be found anymore, like you can be downloading it anywhere because the usual websites that I remember downloading them in is... I don't think it's even a thing anymore. And the other thing is that... the other thing is that with Minecraft is that certain versions they don't support sound. Which is odd, but fine, I guess. It's just... I've always found it odd. Like, once it, like, started to be a thing that certain Minecraft versions, they didn't just have sounds. Do I remember the days when you needed to be downloading a new launcher for Minecraft or like every other week? Oh, do I remember that? It was fun though. Those times. So a little bit more simple times of the game. I don't really get it though, like complaining too much about the new stuff. Surely, like, I'm not always the biggest a fan of the new things that do be added to all games. It is true, I just don't really care about it. The thing is that in most games, you can, if you really don't want to be getting into new stuff yet, you can just completely ignore them. Or like they are anyways like only available after you have completed the game in a certain point. Anyways. But yeah. I guess as I said, I do be liking to do things the old way sometimes manually, even though I could be doing them automatically sometimes. It's just a thing that I like. I guess it's just, you know, I can be playing the game whatever way I want it. So I'm gonna be making it the most enjoyable for me. I guess why not? Be making the game the most enjoyable for me indeed. Hello. Yeah. But yeah. I do be liking new things most of the time though, because I think change is necessary for quite a good amount of things. As I said before plenty of times, things, if they would be staying the same forever, after a certain point they are not gonna be fun, and it's less likely that new people are gonna be interested in as well, if it's just gonna be, you know, the same old. Sometimes it's because of the lack of having the required things for it, sometimes it is just because they think it's too outdated. As I said plenty of times, it is very hard to be finding... It's very hard to be finding new, like... Not new, but like used, decently priced old consoles / games. And the thing is, as I said previously before plenty of times, that it's not only that, but it's sometimes very hard to be getting them to be like working. But I do be loving to try to make things work myself. Oh, hello there. How are you doing? Yeah. Rostless is a good one because I can run away from everything. Because it's a ghost type. Since they are not too high levels anyways. Doesn't really matter for sword though, because I'm like so much higher level than they are, so I can be running away from the dudes. We shall soon see indeed this. Bunch of where it's gonna be the answer. It still would be. I don't think it has happened to me that I've been able to get a shiny in like bunch of the same numbers. Would absolutely be loving to be getting that indeed. Absolutely be loving to be getting it. Because I will say that today we're not gonna be hitting a bunch of 9s. Probably next time that I'll be hunting in the Mount Lanakila then. We don't of course find it today, that's always a possibility. Because then after that it's gonna be quite some time when we're gonna be hitting in the Mount Lanakila hunt bunch of the same number. After a bunch of 9s. Because the bunch of 1s is gonna be taking quite some time. And then it's gonna be like forever before we would be hitting a bunch of 2s. Will be quite some time indeed, but you know, you never know. Might happen, might happen. Might happen indeed. Yep. Yeah. Today it should be definitely be a day. I don't know, I don't know, it really depends on how fast things go. I might be going for another 100 or 200 more. It really depends on what time it is. Because of course right now it's seeming to be that it's gonna be quite on the usual things indeed, but we shall see. We shall see. Sometimes it is indeed a lot faster to be getting the encounters than other times. But by the things that it seemed to be going by so far, it is indeed quite a good possibility that I would be getting getting the things indeed. It seems like I'm quite a good amount of ahead of the thing. Seems like indeed. Seems to be closer to 40 and 45 minutes and 50 minutes today. So I've been decently lucky today. I mean, I did say it quite early on that I've been having a lot of like the amount of Aquila luck has been insane. There hasn't been like too big of a waits there today so far, so possibility. I wonder how many Pokemons have been like at least 3 games since their introduction. I mean, of course, like nothing from Galar or Paldea would be counting, but still. Because of course, like most of them are gonna be missing on something like Let's Go, PDSP, and Legends Arceus, because most of them didn't get there. Yeah. It is quite interesting. It's like, I know that there is a very few amount of Pokemons that are actually available in every single game since their introduction, because of indeed PDSB and Legends Arceus and Let's Go are like the main reasons. But even if you would be taking them out of the question by like doing like, have they been in at least 3 generations since they have been introduced in, or at least in like 3 different Pokemon games, the main series ones, it's still a decent amount of Pokemons, but it's like surprisingly small, because there's like a lot of them that have been actually just been in few games. And you know, the thing is that, are they really available, or is it only through breeding? Because I will say that one thing that I will still be quite shocked by is that how many Alola Pokemon have been like in every game ever since? Like, if we are indeed not counting the Shino things. And Let's Go, obviously. It's like a very good amount, like Rockruff, Oranguru, and Pashimian. And the Bounsweet line. Like all of them. It's like very decent amount. Like, take into consideration that it hasn't been that long, like the amount of generations that have been in between. Time-wise, yes, it has been a long time, but by the amount of between, not by the generations between, not really too long. I kind of hope one thing, if one Pokemon would be coming back into like main series Pokemon games again. I would wish that Furfur would be getting more forms. Because I think it's quite cool. And I would like them to be more permanent anyways. So can be in checking these watch. Yeah. Interesting things. Oh, almost did hit that dude. Yeah. Yeah, I think I will be doing DAs tomorrow. That's gonna be nothing though, lately that I've been doing them both on Friday and on Saturday. It's been quite a thing indeed. Of course, Xerneas is the one nowadays that we'll be doing. Because if nothing else, even if I wouldn't be doing it tomorrow, even though I most likely will, I will be getting more dive balls. Because, as I said, I do be wanting to be capturing it in a dive ball because it has so many different blues. It's insane. It do be fitting it very nicely. Very nicely indeed. I wonder in what game it's gonna be a thing, by the way, that, you know, once the critical capture is a thing, it's gonna be always be captured. I wonder in what game that's gonna be a thing. Like, in what game you can train yourself enough that when you get a critical capture, and that probably has a lot of things to do with training, that you will be able to be guaranteeing a critical capture to be successful. I mean, it was kind of the case in Scarlet and Violet that, like, for quite some time, like, if you didn't get a critical capture for a Pokemon in certain situations, you just couldn't be capturing it at all. It is very much of a shame. That was a thing for quite some time indeed. I think it has been fixed. I think. I mean, I know that I haven't been critical capturing quite a good amount of my Pokemons and I have been able to capture them, so, you know, I assume so. I assume so indeed. But hey, at least they did fix it. Even though it's technically not an issue, but it's a frustrating thing. It's very frustrating indeed. Hello, Sojourner. You have been showing up a decent amount today. Very decent amount indeed. Soon into the 8s. 2 more. Or 1 more to go, then the next one is gonna be it. Can't wait to be seeing nothing. It's a very fast encounter there. Let's see then. What is the thing? Is the 8s the thing? Unfortunately, no. What a shame, what a shame. What a shame indeed. How dare you be like this game? How dare you be so mean? I don't mind it though. I don't mind it. Oh yeah, a little bit of an update on the Soul Silver one, since I've been doing the Soul Silver Ice Path hunt once again. I just to continue that. I'm soon at 5k there. I'm soon at 5k there indeed. It's funnily enough about the same phase, the amount of encounters I can get there compared to this one. It is a little bit faster though, because I think I can be getting like... Need 100 done a little bit faster. Then again, it's an older game, it's a one that I don't need to be caring about the visible encounters at all, or the overworld ones. That's nice. That's nice indeed. Mm-hmm. I don't know why, but I suddenly got the feeling that I would really like to hunt a Lillicant in Sword and Shield. Lillicant specifically. This is a decent spot for it, you know. If I remember correctly, that is. Yeah. So I think that is quite a cool location for each. And again, that also reminds me that I really want to be doing another Galarian Slowpoke Hunch. Already done one. It wasn't on stream, but I've done it still. And I did quite like each. Okay. It's only available as Wanderer. That might be changing my thing then. I was thinking that location. It's only available as a Wanderer there indeed, which is a little bit of a shame, but let's see. In the sunny weather or the horizon thingy, it's available 6 times if I can count correctly. Fun fact, I can do the same thing in there, but for Convane Bog, Combi is the more usual one there. Yeah. Even though it's only Wanderer, but you know, it would be 6 checks per reset though. Do you mean Sword and Shield? I think a decent amount of people still hunt in Sword and Shield. Especially Dynamax Adventures. Yeah, a decent amount of people do be hunting in Sword and Shield still. What are you doing? And as I said before, there's just so many dudes be joining in all the time to be starting to playing these games as well. Nice. Good that the day has started well then. Whole 11 a.m. Nice, it's 7 p.m. in here. Yes, it does show, by the way, on the screen because it do be says changing to sunset time. It's 7 p.m. indeed. The sunset hour. Even though the sun has been down for the last 3 hours. Yeah. The last 3 hours, indeed. A little bit more. And yeah, I don't know. I think a decent amount of people to be hunting in the Sword and Shield. I think like lately it has been a lot of Dynamax adventures though, which is, you know, understandable. And I think Dynamax adventures they are kind of always gonna be a big thing in Sword and Shield that people are gonna be hunting. Like I'm gonna be doing in on the weekends. It's still so funny to me how people were so upset about Sword and Shield and now a lot of people like them. And then again, it is like always the case for any single game. It's just, I find it funny. For Sword and Shield specifically. It was like so much, like, in my opinion, unnecessary hate. And then again. But then again, I think it's a quite nice start though to switch main series games that are new. Could be a little bit biased because it was the first game that I did ever play, but or on the Pokemon side, but still. It is very unfortunate sometimes, no matter the game, honestly, that It's like certain like things that people get upset when like the game is being announced, that like certain things are gonna be done in certain ways, and then because they didn't like something that was such like how something was decided to be done in the game, they're just gonna be hating it and they're not gonna be really trying to like the game like for what it is. Because I think that that has indeed happened, especially with Sword and Shield, that people were very upset about the Dex thing. And I think, like, because of that, so many people were very negative about these games in the start. Which is, like, a little bit unfair in my opinion. Because, you know, the game could still be good. Even though the Dex is in, like, every single Pokemon. And I still think that, in my opinion, it's a very good call, because... oh god. The amount of work that they would need to be doing. Because even though, like, between the 3DS and the Switch, or Sword and Shield specifically, the models, they didn't change too much, but they did change. Because, like, of course I understand the thing that everyone is saying that every single 3D model has been the same, but I don't think, honestly, that they have ever been the same. Like, surely it's not, like, as obvious as it is with sprites that, you know, they are completely, like, standing differently. But compared to, like, 3DS and, you know, Switch is a lot less pixelated. Surely it is comparing to completely different systems, but I don't think that the change would be so drastic if it would be like literally the same. And like in Scarlet and Violet, for example, the textures really show you that they have like done them completely. Like they are completely new ones. And not just reusing things. And honestly, I will say that I don't mind if they would be reusing things. It's just, like, more logical. Why not to be reusing things? If they already look good, why to be changing them? Yeah, I don't remember too much of the PDSP models, but I remember that the Legends Arceus models, they are a lot, like, darker, I guess. Like, the shading is, like, more visible, I guess. It's the best way to be saying it. Like, the shading is a lot different than, you know, in any other ones, which makes sense. It is indeed quite a different style for the usual. As I said, I would be absolutely loving if we would be getting another Legends game and it would be following the same things. Because I think that it's, you know, working very well. Working very well indeed. I will say one thing that I would be wishing we would be getting another Legends game though, is that instead of like having pictures of the Pokemons, I think it would be kind of cool if like they would be looking like they are drawn. Like you are drawing yourself the Pokemons. Like looking like very rough. I would be like going more into like the theme in my opinion. Because I will say that the pictures, they do be standing out a little bit more than they should be. And if they would be like to just be going with the pictures, a picture thing, I think it should be having the environment also in the photo. So, you know, it would be really like looking like it's a, you know, a photo. Because it's not like the Pokédex is too advanced in Hishui, for example, so I don't know. I would be liking if it would be indeed a little bit rough on the edges. The next Legends or Legends games like Pokédex. I know it's not typical Pokemon, but does it need to be? And you know, in that, like, if it would be indeed in the Pokédex book thing, I don't think it would be also be looking too out of space. Which, you know, can be happening sometimes. That if a game has, like, different art styles, that one of them would be looking too out of space. Or maybe the whole, like, Pokédex book could be looking like it has been, like, actually be written. It could, it could. Oh, hello? Oh, thank you for the follow. there you. We've quite close in to be hitting the odds in Darumaka Hunch. We do be. Seems like that indeed. But hey, I don't mind to be going a little bit over odds on the Darumaka Hunch. I would really like to be getting the Mount Lanakila Hunt one done. I really want to be done. 10k, as I said, jokingly incoming from that hunch. It'll be like... Is it 4th or 5th? 1 in 4k hunt for me that will be hitting that. So I'm trying to remember, was there 2 on my badge quest that did code 10k? Or was it only 1? Because I know for sure there was 1. Or was the one like almost? I don't remember. I do remember that a deerling did go for 10k. Because Spidops... I think Spidops was just barely under. Oh, but then was there like another one that I'm forgetting that did go very high? Because most of them were some of them were very quick. But some of them were of course very long as well. Was not like I don't know, there was like decent amount in the middle though. I don't for whatever reason I'm thinking that not most of them did hit the odds. Let me check because I'm interested now. Hello. haven't seen soon too many Sneasels there. The only ones. Yeah, because I think that was slightly under. Only 9,000 that one. Oh, only 9,000, you know. It's a small hunt of 9,000. Was that one also like somewhat long? Was 7k that hunch? And that is 10,600 something. A deerling indeed. Yeah, it was only, it was, oh, there was that hunch. 17 then, okay, it wasn't that bad either. Only 6k. Yeah, what was that? The both of them were like at 10,600. My Chuda did go to 10k. Interesting. Is this gonna be the third one like that? the Mount Lanakila one? Be hilarious. I would kind of like to know one thing though. How many Minior encounters did my Minior one take? Because I did fill my thing once with the Mimikyu. Yeah, Mimikyu things at the Minior drops. Well, yeah. I did once I get filled with those. Just wondering like how many like was actually then. Yeah, the Lily can't hunt though. It is indeed an interesting one. As I said, 6 checks in 1 reset, it's like okay. Considering that like the reset time is probably like a minute or so. Then there is the And there is the dude. Dude of Galarian Slowpoke. Already did hunt one on my own, but you know, there is 2 more to be hunting for. And honestly, would I be minding to be getting more because that shiny is such a lovely one. And also like the thing is as well because it's honestly unfortunately one of the only hunts that I want to really do on the it's on one of the only hunts that I want to be doing in the Isle of Armor. I don't know, there probably is like other ones, but I don't know, I'm not feeling still too inspired by that place. Like few areas I would like to be getting a shiny from, don't really care which one. Because the ones that I would like to get from there would be the reset ones, and I don't really like the reset ones. I really don't. They take a little too while. They should be taking a little too much time. And for my liking. There's one area where I would like to be getting a shiny from is the little desert, yeah, a little place that is the desert area indeed. I'd be liking to be getting a shiny from there. Why is the words desert and desert so close together? And they mean completely different things. Why is it always the case that there's 2 very different words that are completely different? It's not nice. That is one of the places, as I said, where the Lillincant is. I would like to be getting a shiny from there, the Honeycomb Island or whatever my thing it is. And there's honestly the beach areas that I'm also quite interested in, because they're in the beach areas, like where there literally is the beach there, there's quite a good amount of interesting Pokemons in there. I don't know how many of them do be respawning like the Galarian Slowpoke does, because there's of course the ones that are only once a day there. Then there's the ones that do be respawning, and the ones that might be spawning other things. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, indeed, there's a few ones that I would be interested in, but I'm pretty sure that they're like the strong spawns, or the special spawns anyways. Another one, even though I already have it, I would like to be hunting, there is Emolga. I already have it from Dynamax Adventures, but I kind of want to be hunting it again. So I do be loving Emolga. Especially the way that it, like, in quotes, falls from the trees. It's very nice. Very nice indeed. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that everywhere in the USA there is snow, of course. Quite a big place that is indeed. Yeah, it's. I wonder how cold it is today. Oh, it's not that much. It's only -7 Celsius. Not that bad. A quite warm day, honestly. Because it has been -20 Celsius for quite some time. So today is quite a warm day. We are gonna be getting warm weathers for like a week and then it's gonna be very cold again. uh, can't wait on that. But yeah, I do be liking a little bit of a colder weather myself. It could be because I'm quite used to it. I don't like cold weather, but I don't mind a little bit of cold. Be always be the person that be preferring to be a colder weather than too warm weather. Especially since the summers are so bad nowadays. I'm wondering what kind of summer we're gonna be having this time. Hopefully not too bad. I wouldn't be minding like feel like +30 days for sure, but I don't want it for 2 weeks. Please. I'm not built for that. I'm built for like +20 weather. For a few days. But I will say one thing that I'm quite surprised about, like this year, is that the apartment hasn't been getting too cold. Like, even though it has been like record cold in a few years. Because the last few winters hasn't been too cold at all. And now, as I like to be making fun of the news articles about it, that this is a very unusual winter, even though this is a completely normal winter in here. It just has not been like this for a few years. This place is meant to be cold. Yeah. Are you gonna be telling me that your bed is gone? What are you gonna be doing, Catch? I know your bed is gone. I did see when it was taken away. You're gonna be weird about it anyways for a few days because you're always weird about it when it has been washed. You know it needs to be getting washed every once in a while. Needs to be. Usually we don't clean it too often. There's few times that we almost immediately need to be cleaning it, and it's the cases if she's having a bad stomach day that day and it gets dirty from that. First of all, because we don't want to be smelling it, and second of all, because you know, I don't think it's too healthy. And thankfully that doesn't happen too often though. And now she's confused because she's getting her bed back. She's like, what is that? It's probably still somewhat wet because you know it has just probably been done with the washing. But still. I think it's of course the biggest problem is that if it's smelling too much you know, the cleaning supplies. Even though we tend to not to use too much or any sort of things when you be cleaning her stuff, of course. Sensitive nose and everything. She do be a silly catch. There we go. Oh. Oh, I was in the menu, eh? No. Battle the dude, I'm gonna go down. I'm a ghost type against a dark type. Bunch of sneasels. we'll say. I also haven't seen too much lately, the thing with the quick lows still. It needs a lot, trying to be faster than usual because of the quick low, but you know, I still be running away. Which is still like, why? Why? Who? Was it not tested? That you know you can be getting the quick lock to be activating if you're running away from the battle, you know. I guess it's more important to be having the quick law activate. It would be quite hilarious if quick law activating would be actually like it would be actually attacking. Would be quite hilarious. Yeah. It's a little bit over. It's Mount Lanakila overall, like whatever I get there is fine with me. I probably won't be like specifically be going for Absol. Absol is just there. Yeah, it's most likely gonna be like whenever I do be getting something on the Mount Lanakila, it's gonna be my... like one of my last like Alola hunts for a while. Because I don't know really what hunts I would like to do in there. Right now, like nothing really. But yeah, that do be my 1 in 4k odds usually. They do be taking a while to be appearing. Yeah, Absol, or the Mount Lanakila phase that I like to call it, because it is Mount Lanakila, it's, as I said, not specifically Absol. It has been a year since I've started each. It has been on and off hunting. Sometimes I hunted more than others. And that's 9k! Yo! Let's go! 9k. About 100 more to go, then I'm over odds also in the Darumaka hunt. I know your bed is probably a little bit wedge. You don't need to be looking at me like you're super shocked about it. It's not like it's the first time that we have cleaned your bed. One thing that I would absolutely love to be able to do for a cat's bed though is that I would absolutely love to be able to get like more like stock things out of each. but you know, it's not really possible because some of them are like too stuck there, and then I can be bothered with them. Well, you know, at least if nothing else, it is like clean in that there is like almost never anything like crumbs or anything in there. This is kind of in between our tables where the cat's bed is. It's a nice place for each. Because she likes to be close to us anyways. But yeah, she hasn't been, as I said before, that she hasn't been on her bed too much lately because, you know, it has been cold. So she prefers to be on the bed that is like, you know, a human bed instead of a cat bed or a pet bed. That is right below the window that you can open for like fresh air. And you know, those kinds of open, like you can open windows. They're not the most like secure with like keeping the air out. Because of course they need to be able to, you know, be opened. So they are not too sealed. Also, I can't figure out the words. Yo, the fancy words. There we go. There we go. Checked a few things. Checked a few things indeed. Oh. I'm quite glad that they don't actually like repeat the cry too much when they like do whatever the capture is doing, you know. I would kind of wish though that there would be more things that they could be saying instead of like one thing. I guess it's just like surely it's only for like 3 times in a row thing. I would still be appreciating if it would be like something else instead of just the same thing 3 times. Like, what if there could be a little bit of variety, like maybe higher and lower pitch would be like working? It wouldn't need to be anything too crazy apart from that. Like maybe sometimes shorter, sometimes it's longer. That sort of situation. Because Upsell is probably gonna be one of those Pokemons. At least if I will be going back to the area where I did hunt the Darumaka, like the first phase. It's definitely gonna be there. Because it's in the same weather available there. So Absol is most likely going to be there as well, and you know what, probably at some point I will be hunting it anyways. Whenever I do be feeling like it. That's why I didn't like specifically put that to be the target there. It's kind of like probably why like something like Audino is probably never gonna be my actual target. It's just going to be like, you know, it is there. It is a 1% in most situations in the Crown Tundra. So, you know, if I get it there, I get it there, you know. Which, you know, it'll be the worst thing ever. So I'm interested to know one thing. So I'm gonna check it. Check out Fisher. I think it's gonna be the same case for every single other one. Check. Did you know that Fisher doesn't bypass immunities? No way! I would be quite OP if it would be. Oh yeah, on Generation 1, Fisher would not be affecting the Pokemon if the target is faster. Yeah, that thing. It's already on Gen 2. If the user is lower their level than the target, the move will always fail. It's already on there then. I was like curious about it. No. If the user is level 90 or more. If the user is 90 levels or more higher than the target, Fisher is always 100% accurate. Interesting. Interesting, Genju. And I mean, it kind of makes sense. It's quite hard to be getting that to be the case, but makes sense. It's interesting that like Fisher and I think all the other like one-hit KO moves, they have the 30% accuracy thing because of, you know, it'll be way too OP otherwise. And of course, like if you're a lower level that they do that they're trying to hit, it's gonna be failing anyways. But it's interesting that it's calculated like differently. Like, even though it like displays 30%, it's gonna be calculated. It's 1% more likely to hit every level the user is higher than the target. This is like Gen 3 onwards thing. It hasn't been changing too much since I see. I mean, does it really need you? I don't think so. Also, night chime soon. Okay, now it's only if your Pokemon is 70 levels higher than the target, it will be always hitting. And of course, if you're lower level than the target, it's gonna be saying nope. Which makes sense. Which makes sense indeed. I would be liking to be getting more moves that would be doing more damage if you're like set amount of levels lower than the Pokemon that you're fighting against. I think that would be cool. Because usually it is indeed that you need to be higher level than it for Fisher, for example. Why not the other way around? I mean, it could be like a weak move for sure, but... And it could be like... It was just gonna be like terrible accuracy. Why not? Could be interesting. I mean, in how many situations would you need to be using it? Not too many, but... It could be like, you know, be making different strategies to be able to work. It could be. It would be absolutely hilarious if like weak Pokemon like Magikarp would be getting it as well. If you're lower level than it, it's gonna be more damage. I don't know if it would be even possible, but I think it would be even cooler if it would be having either that you need to be below this base stat total, or you need to be like not fully evolved Pokemon in order for the move to be working. I don't think that that's gonna be a thing ever, but I mean, it could be cool. I guess imagine like a very powerful hit that has a very low chance of hitting, but a better chance to be hitting it if you are lower level than the dude. I mean, technically there is the fear strategy, but still. Or whatever it's called, that you'll be having a low level Pokemon which Focus Dash and then be having like the move that will be putting your enemy's HP to the same one and then use quick attack on the next turn. I don't know if it's the fear one. No, I'm curious about it. It is. Level 1 Pokemon with moves Quick Attack and Endeavor. Pulling a focus dash on one turn, use Endeavor to bring Pokemon the opponent's thing to your level, and then Quick Attack the next turn. It's just very interesting. I have not used it once, and I honestly kind of doubt that I would be ever using each. It's only like very few situations where, you know, it could be useful anyways. There isn't too many situations where it would be like actually useful. I mean, I guess if you want to be bringing like a legendary's HP to like 1, but it's always like what if weather, or what if struggle slash another way to be damaging yourself move. It's always a possibility. Oh yeah, I'm gonna want to be not another thing. I think I remember where I can find that, but I want to be making sure. I think it's like literally the next, like, you know, place. Let's see. My ball is in Hammerlock. Okay, it was the wrong place then. I mean, I could be, as I said, I could be really stocking up on every single Pokeball that is somewhat special. It wouldn't be hurting. It wouldn't be hurting at all. I mean, there are some like more annoying to be fighting than others for sure. And you know, possibility. It's a Hammerlock, not on the next town over, indeed. I'm remembering correctly, it's Luxury Ball and in the place then. That's what I was thinking about then. Yeah, it's Luxury Ball, Quick Ball, and Reborn Winden. Those are there. Also, why Quick Ball so lately? In Winden. Why Quick Ball so lately? Of all Pokeballs. That would be like very useful early on in my opinion. Especially if you want to be like completing the index if you run into Pokemons. Especially for that. Then like Repeat Ball, I get it because of course it's a late game, so you know you probably would be having the Pokemon captured already, you know. A Quick Ball? In there? What? Is my question. Was Quick Ball available only Soul Age? I know that not everyone cares about me having more variety of Pokeballs. I just like to be having, even though I like almost never use them, I still might be having like 200 of them sometimes. Just, you know, have them. I would absolutely love if Beast Balls would be more like easily available though. They're quite quite expensive. It will be quite expensive indeed. There we go. Anyways, I do still be owing the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting. Hopefully you'll be able to find whatever you're looking for or get something. I think something is nice. Because that means that you're one more encounter closer to be getting what you want. Ways any progress to be progress, so you know. Even the one that you can encounter, it's always closer to the end goal. No matter the method. If it's not of course a guaranteed one, but you know. Crossmouth is actually, now that I think about another hunt that I would like to be doing, because, you know, on the path of the peak or whatever it is, you know, just before where you would be getting Calyrex in. There is the dude there, you know. There's a bunch of Frostmoths there. You'd be a pretty Pokemon. I don't know why, but I would have kind of wished that it would have been getting a Gigantamax form. And then again, would it be too close to Butterfree? Probably. But I would have liked it. Well, Frostmoth is quite a nice Pokemon. I don't know why, but I'm quite surprised that I don't know why, but I was kind of thinking at first that Frostmoth would be a female-only evolution. I mean, would it be strange? Yeah, but you know... there is strange evolution anyways. It's nothing new to be having strange evolutions in Pokemon games. It's nothing new indeed. I don't know why, but it hasn't really been hitting me that I'm soon gonna be hitting the odds on Darumaka Hunt. It could be like the thing because I'm more fixated on the Mount Lanakila to be done. Could be that, I think, then. But yeah. This doesn't really feel like it, you know? That I would be almost at odds. Yeah. But then again, you know, sometimes it just doesn't feel like chime moves. And has been honestly kind of the case, especially lately with the Darumaka and the Mount Lanakila hunt. It's kind of being like that indeed. I would like to get a water thing in the next generation of Pokemon games. I would love to be getting like you can choose the HM Pokemons in quotes or whatever it's gonna be, you know, replaced with. Like, you know, as long as it, you know, makes sense, I think it would be fair to be able to, you know, change it up. Like, of course I understand, like, Scarlet and Violet and Sword and Shield things. But, like, please. Let us choose a Pokemon, because I don't even mind the Legends Arceus thing, or like, I guess, the Alola games either. You know, there is multiple different Pokemons, but it would just be nice if we could be choosing them. And we could be like, somehow be assigning that, hey, you will be using climbing. but not necessarily need to be having, you know, rock climb on it. Or like, I would be like in this Pokemon to be surfing, but again, you wouldn't specifically need to be saying that it needs to be having surf. If you don't want to be having it, you know. Because even though as nice as it would be, I doubt that we would ever be getting a Pokemon game where HMs or something similar wouldn't be necessary. Because it has just been a thing for so long already. So, you know, why would they be? But yeah, it would be nice. It would be nice indeed. Yeah. Oh boy. Stone Churner, please. Could you show up? Like 3 times before I'm done for today. Be very cool of you. Be very cool of you indeed. Oh, I didn't get an encounter there. I thought I did.
Anker.
Thinking. I think I'll be doing a little bit more indeed than the usual like 800 that I do. I think I'll be doing a little bit more. I was kind of thinking maybe 850. Be a little bit weird for me because I usually don't do that, but you know, could be doing that. Could be doing that, or I could be, you know, be doing the 100. Few more chances to be getting something in Sword before it's over odds. Few more chances. I believe that I can be finding something. For sure. At least Darumaka is showing up. Can you show up on the next one as well? Would be quite cool. Let's see. That is the odds with an Abominable Snow. I see. Abominable Snow is the one to be at the odds. Even though at the end of the day they still don't mean anything, they're just funny numbers to be looking for. In my opinion. Funny numbers to be looking for. Just numbers. Pressure once again with you. I still would be absolutely loving if it would be having an ability that would not be displaying those things. Having an ability that would be making every single ability a mystery. Imagine that. That like randomly things would be happening and you don't even know what's going on. You know, like, I'm like thinking, why doesn't this do anything? And it's because it has like a levitate, but it doesn't show it. It just doesn't do anything. Oh, that would be quite hilarious. Hilarious indeed. Oh. Sneasel showing up strong. Very strong indeed. Anyways, Pokemons, they do be quite funny. Do be doing their funny silly things. Whatever it shall be, that might be the... Yeah, it was the Capchu. You know what I would be kind of hoping for? At some point to be a thing in Pokemon game. Or like in a Pokemon, like specifically a Pokemon. I would like to be getting a bear Pokemon that wouldn't be having like a capacity or like a copies a baby. Like it wouldn't be having like Cuppas a base form. I think it would be cool to be just having like a big bear, either on its own or it's gonna be evolving into something different. I think that could be quite cool. And I wouldn't mind that. the game hasn't given me too many stone journers. As I said, I would like to be getting 3 more before I'm done for today. I mean, they technically could be showing all back to back. I just doubt it because it's 2% 3 times. But, you know, it is a possibility. It's not impossible, but it's quite unlikely. To say the least, but, you know, things happen like that sometimes. It's not like I haven't been getting... I'm pretty sure I did get a back-to-back stone journal already. Oh, definitely a possibility. Definitely a possibility, of course. Maybe one day. It is always hilarious to be seeing like 1% or even like 2% Pokemons to back. I think one of my luckiest things is that I did get like a 5% Pokemon. It was a different Pokemon in between, but both of them were 5% still. I did get them like, I think like 6 times in a row. This is definitely not Ice Path and 5% Shinx and 5% Zubat at night. No, it couldn't be that. It was interesting. It was mostly Shinx though. I rarely be getting Zubats. For whatever reason. But hey, I didn't mind it. It was quite cool. It's quite cool indeed. Nice. Is this one of the only days that I'm not actually gonna be checking anything on the Ultra Moon? Is this actually gonna be a day like that? It would be kind of crazy if it would be. Be kind of crazy if it would be indeed. There is a quick law thing. Yo! I was talking about it today. Yo! There is a quick law thing. You're allowed to see that there is a stone journer as well. Another one. If this a possibility? A chance? A thing? Perhaps? No, unfortunate. Not a back-to-back stone journer. What a shame, what a shame. Anyway, my Pokemons that may or may not be having different colors in them. It's always a possibility. Always a possibility indeed. Any Pokemon could be different colored, and I technically can be making any Pokemon to be different colors because, you know, I can always be switching, like, especially how the Switch looks. I think I can change how the 3DS looks as well. Like, I can be making its colors to be different. So, you know, every Pokemon will be looking different. You know, the funny things that everyone loves. Be changing how things look like that. Be doing that indeed. Go away, you lawnmower, please. Show me something else. Oh, thank you for the follow. How are you doing today? I'm doing quite fine, thanks for asking. I'm quite fine indeed. No, I don't need a picture. Thanks for the offer, though. More absols, eh? That's something, that's something. Very interesting indeed. Where is my other two stone turners at though? Is there a third time in a row with absols? I know it's pretty common because everything in there is pretty common, but still, jeez. Cat is looking at me there. She wants to be going ahead and doing something. Don't know what that is. She's kind of looking like she's in a playful mood, as one does be. As one does be indeed. Yeah, I think I will be stopping today at 850 checks. And then, you know, next time, if it is necessary, I will be hitting 10k in the Mount on Aquila Hunch. Whenever that shall be, you know. Whenever that shall be, indeed. No, a possibility to be hitting 10k, indeed. Only a pretty successful day today, though. Pretty nice and successful indeed, like 6.5 hours almost of hunting today. As I said, 850 checks per game. Hitting the odds on the other one, and the other one is set up nicely indeed for the next time that I'm hunting it to be at 10k. Doobie, what it do be, you know? Few more to go. I don't think that I will be able to see two stone churners if they don't appear back to back. It's no big deal, but it would have been cool to be seeing a few of them to be popping up, you know. Would have been indeed. Yeah, now it literally needs to be a back-to-back stone churners. And it is unfortunately quite unlikely because 2%. But hey, not impossible. Hopefully seeing a Daramaka though. The 5%, but there is the boost though for each because it's a Pokédex recommended thingamathing. Yeah, adding the last ones there as well. Last one over there is a Sneasel. And in here it is, of course. And a bonus, no, why not? But yeah, it's gonna be it for today indeed. Thank you so much for watching and sticking around. As I said, tomorrow most likely Dinox Adventures. Nothing comes up indeed. But yeah, have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today and remember to get enough rest as well. Also, thank you for watching and sticking around. But yeah, we'll be indeed be doing something tomorrow. Until then, bye!